Hey, good morning. It is Friday, September 1st, 2023. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live, and holy hell, the year is flying by.
I know.
September 1st already. I mean, I still have mosquito bite wounds on my leg from the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah.
Crazy how it's just we blinked and it's over.
Yeah, I just feel like it was like my car accident was in February. I don't feel like that was that long ago.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
No, it does
it's gonna
feel
be a
like-
year in no time.
Oh, it's crazy.
yeah, it's nutty bananas, but
Feels like just yesterday.
we're here. It's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
And you get
Right,
to
Laura?
spend it immediately because
Exactly right.
She has no idea what I'm talking
it's
about.
Labor Day weekend. You get paid. You will spend it. Don't forget there is a rent check or a mortgage payment that
Yeah.
comes out of this
Yeah,
one as well.
yeah.
Yeah,
Before you blow your wad on booze, pay your rent.
You got to
Set it
cash
off
them
the
checks
side.
and wake up. Bone and Thug said that, Drew.
And of course they did. And they continue to say that at state fairs across America.
Easy E, rest in peace. Coming up later on this morning, you've got John Oliver tickets. One more pair. One more pair of John Oliver tickets at 7:30 this morning. Make sure you're listening to win. It's Friday, so we got a free pizza sometime during the show from Papa Murph's.
Yeah.
P. Murph's.
Yeah.
As nobody calls them out on the street. I've been really pushing that for the last couple of years.
It'll catch on eventually.
Eventually, it'll catch on.
Yeah.
P. Murph's.
This is a big pizza weekend too. You know, it's like you probably got people coming over. A nice pizza to, take a little wound off would be nice.
So sometime during the show, we'll give that to a random caller. Coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, we have another edition of Who's the A-Hole, and it's an interesting one today because this guy got busted for larceny
Okay.
because he found a bag full of cash in a parking lot and kept it.
Well, finders keepers. That's the rule, right?
That sounds like Laura law.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's what a lot of people would think. Some people would think different, but we'll play you the scenario coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, and you tell us who the a-hole is. Is he the a-hole for keeping thousands of dollars worth of cash
Yeah.
that he just found?
It
Yeah.
puts you in the ultimate conundrum if it falls at your feet.
Yeah, think about it. If it were you, what would you do if you found a bag of cash? 8 o'clock this morning, we'll talk about that. Man, the week has flown by. There's been so much going on. My water tank.
Yeah. What's going on with that? Did you find a solution?
Nah, I don't know yet. I might just do a full-on replacement.
Still
Did you take
stressing?
Did you take a coldie today or did you skip it?
Last night I took another coldie,
Mm-hmm.
and right up it went.
Yeah.
Just woohoo!
So do you get used to it to like the point where you can shower at normal speed, or are you so cold that you're like running in a shower?
Speeding through it. I'm
Just
speeding
flying.
through it.
A
I don't know
couple
how.
more times though.
Maybe I'll get used to it.
Yeah.
Drew's getting used to it. I guess the last 2 minutes of your shower.
Yeah,
Or cold.
But the tough part for you is
so
you have to wash your
aggressive.
bits while cold,
Yeah,
right?
because you
I'm-
just stand in it.
Yeah.
and just rotate, and you're kind of like cheating the cold by turning your body because you're like block it with a different piece of you. But
Yeah, the back
you
is the
have
worst.
to wash your butt. I mean, I do put cold water through my butt crack if we want to be full disclosure.
Okay.
Yeah, the back for me is the worst. Like the lower back, when I get it right there on my neck or something, and just anywhere on my back, I just feel like I'm dying.
Yeah, they say outside of your head, the back of your neck, right there down your spine, is where you soak in cold the most.
Okay.
So are you
That makes sense.
like head to toe, like top of the head, water's just
So
coming
I only
right
wa-
down on you?
I only wash my hair once a week, so I haven't
That
washed my
helps.
hair.
So you keep the cold water off your head
Yeah,
for the most part.
yeah. But so I've been washing my face with a washcloth because I usually just
that.
blasted my face and blast my face with hot water. But now
Right.
I'm having to use a washcloth.
Yeah.
And it's a little easier, like in sync mode on the face, if you're not freezing your ass.
At least I'm
Sure.
doing it, and not my grandmother. When I was a kid, my grandmother would just dig that washcloth into my face.
Oh,
yeah,
you know,
I know.
like-
It's like
She would like pull my
bro.
eyes out.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, I
What
mean?
are you trying to take off?
Grandma,
My
I
face
don't know.
is not that dirty.
Yeah, you're taking out cells, I think, is what you're taking out of that
Yeah.
washcloth.
And I wonder if all that stuff comes from the olden days because I don't feel like I have dredged my face with a washcloth in many years.
I gotta be honest, I can't remember the last time I used a washcloth.
Yeah, I don't even have
Yeah.
one in my bathroom.
Yeah, I know.
No.
A lot of people think that's weird, but like,
Hey, it's-
I don't think it's weird. I don't
whatever
use
works.
a washcloth. I just think as a kid I did, and I think it's
same.
kind of gross.
Whatever
I just
gets
use
you
my
clean.
hands. You know, like
Yeah.
whatever.
I was always
just
a hand
lather.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just use like a body wash and scrub it into my body.
Yeah, ever since loofahs were invented, I feel like washcloths have gone the way of the buffalo.
I don't even have liquids in mine. I just have a bar soap and a shower bar for your hair. And so it's
All
like
the
bar
bars.
done.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend who because I told her I use body wash, but I don't use a loofah. And she thought I was a maniac.
You're not even bringing up the sun count.
You're not loofed up? What's the matter with
Well,
you?
I do think you're
not frothing?
I think you waste more product if you don't use
I'm sure
a
I do.
loofah.
I go to Costco and I get the bulk box, bud.
Yeah, he doesn't
Okay.
have 5 people showering in it. It's just him and his bucket
Dude, I
of
get
good sauce.
I get little. It's a box of 6, tubes of
Yeah.
soap. Soap. What?
Soap?
It is.
Soap?
It is soap. It's liquid soap.
It's got 6 bottles in it, and they're what, like 22-ounce size bottles or something,
Yeah.
and that lasts me like 6 months.
Yeah, I mean it does the
I would
trick.
think it would last longer than that.
Maybe longer than that. I don't know. I was just throwing a number out. It lasts a long ass
It
time.
just felt
I can't remember the last time.
Like if you're using a bottle per month, holy moly.
It's
Get
probably longer.
Buy a
then.
loofah.
It's probably longer because I can't remember the last time I actually bought it because
Yeah, right.
it's under my sink. I just go in there and grab another
Grab it.
bottle.
Yeah.
And
So it's been a long time.
in defense of not using the loofah, what he doesn't have to deal with is the bacteria that
That's
comes
true
with
because
one.
you're supposed to replace your loofah pretty frequently.
And I wouldn't be doing that, and I didn't when I
Yeah.
had one back in the day,
Right.
so it's not a part of my life.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
So I think Casey and the beef. Or what?
Casey is
Casey
the
and the beef.
It's the end of the week.
It's
That should
all
be
right.
his podcast if he does one.
Casey and the beef. He just plays both sides of himself.
But I think me and Casey are gonna just do it ourselves.
Oh, nice. I
Well,
thought you were
that's good.
talking about his body wash life, but it's nice you're going to do the water tank.
He's gonna soap my back tonight.
Yeah,
And I'll
we
put
don't
that on
need
Instagram.
a loofah when you have those strong hands on beef.
Yeah, I think Casey and I will just replace the water tank, and
Nice.
it'd be like a $1,400 job, maybe even less. Because Casey doesn't. He was like, "Well, just I'll do it for hot dog buns." I'm like, "All right,
Right, yeah.
that sounds good." But I'm gonna give him some money.
Yeah, he's always that guy. I don't need anything, and then he'll like walk home because he needs gas.
Well, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration says it will finalize rules that would prohibit the sale of menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars this year.
Whoa.
Early last year, the FDA initially announced that it was going to ban menthol. It set a deadline for August of this year. Obviously, they missed that deadline, but the ban will go into effect, they say, in the coming months. It's interesting because back in 2009, they banned flavored cigarettes, but somehow menthol slipped through the cracks, probably thanks to
I don't
lobbyists
really consider
and
that
whoever else.
like a flavor. It's more of like a
like-
poisonous taste.
It's those things
I
are
think-
such hell.
To me, it's like, oh, this is what they use to kill rats.
Yeah, exactly.
It was terrible.
I always thought the menthol was doing something nasty to your lung.
Yeah.
Not beyond. I mean, it's all a cigarette.
It's
but-
all terrible, but soon they will be no more.
Yeah.
So stock up on those menthol cigarettes, I guess. We've seen a lot of negative news about AI, but this could be kind of awesome. Google just released a new AI tool that can go to work meetings for you. It's called Duet AI. Unfortunately, as you
take
might
my money.
imagine, it's just for virtual meetings. They're not going to create a hologram of you to send you to meetings. And your boss will still know that you're not there. It's a feature called Attend For Me. It joins the meeting on your behalf, delivers any important information, and recaps the meeting later on. There's also a take notes feature, so at least you won't have to pay attention, even if you are there, because you can just have this thing take notes.
See, I
notes
like
for you.
that. Take
Yeah.
notes feature. Imagine you might get right through college.
It would be awesome, but of course, corporate will need to be on board for you to use this. It runs within the Google workspace, so you can't just like plug it into Zoom and then go back to bed. Finally, it feels like all we've been hearing about at the box office lately is Barbie, but this past weekend, Oppenheimer actually surpassed Barbie in the global box office race, claiming the top spot in its 6th week of release globally. So far, Oppenheimer has made $778 million worldwide. And this week, China finally hopped on board and released the movies for the first time. So they're going to be making even more money.
Wow.
They're predicting it'll become the second highest grossing R-rated film of all time, just behind The Joker.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
It's
you
huge.
very much. We're going to check your talkbacks. So download the iHeartRadio app and press the microphone button to record something.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Drew's Sports.
Damn it, you gotta catch that ball.
Here's Drew.
Well, it was Utah shining last night with a quarterback duo coming through in a huge win against Florida. Now, it's all about perception, and now the Pac-12 cares about perception one last time because at some point that perception is going to get blown up, maybe even here in just a minute. But for this season, they need to shine bright early against big teams from other conferences because Florida plays all the big dogs, and if they beat a couple of those people, you can point in a circle, and it really helps at bowl time. So last night, getting that win so big as Utah starts the season 1-0, and the new coach for Florida looked as just absolutely stagnant on offense. They'll have to get things together. Got that out of the way because we would never have cared about talking about it if you heard the next news, and that is the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference, let's remember that, has voted in SMU to Southern Methodist University, Cal, and Stanford, which means there are only 2 teams left in the Pac-12 at the end of this season, and that's Washington State Cougars and the Oregon State Beavers, and I don't know what's going to happen. Now, everybody's predicting just an absolute explosion, gone forever, because you can't rally the new teams due to the contract, so it may be gone forever, but what we do know is Stanford and Cal will have to travel all over the country in every single sport now because they needed to figure out a place for football. But you can't be mad at the ACC because they saw what happened to the Pac-12, and guess what happens? When we're gone, they would have been next. Now they have 18 teams. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. Coming up in 1 hour, one more pair of tickets to go see comedian John Oliver at the Schnitz. We'll play Real News or Fake News for your chance to win. Coming up next, a man pleads guilty to having sex with something other than a human. We'll tell you what that was here in just a second. Also, this diner is shocked over a $15 a-hole charge added to the bill. Do you agree with an a-hole charge?
That's an interesting idea.
We'll talk about it after Bush. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Get in on the action. Call Tanner, Drew, and Laura anytime at 866-445-1059. You're waking up with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Happy Friday. We got some talkback messages to listen to real fast. You can send us a talkback anytime. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record something.
Good bing bong morning, Brew Crew.
Good morning.
Happy Friday. Let's do this. So I've been listening to you guys since 2008, and I believe that was my 8th grade summer into freshman year, I believe. And I'm 30 now. So yeah, do the math there.
Crap.
Also, I've been calling Papa Murphy's P-Murphs since high school. So it's nothing new to me, Tanner.
Yeah.
Have a nice weekend. Let's get it.
Hey, Tyler here. Tanner, the more I listen to you about this hot water situation, the more it seems like you're just concerned about the cost.
Yep.
So, yeah, just go to Home Depot, get a hot water heater. You just, make sure you match up the numbers and find somebody to hold your hand, man, while you change this out.
I need it.
I know doing something for the first time can be kind of scary.
Yes.
Hey, this is Floyd from Minnesota.
Floyd.
Tanner, you can do this. Just grab Drew. You guys can sweat pipes, can't you? You got this.
We can sweat pipes pretty well, my friend.
Yes, we can.
You know what I'm saying.
So, yeah, thank you. I think I'm gonna do it with Casey. I think Beefwater and I are gonna replace the hot water tank.
You're going to do a tank?
Yeah, I think.
A tanky, as we...
I think it's
dubbed it.
just. I think it's the most affordable if I do it by myself.
Yeah, I think it's what I would do just because it's what I also know. I know that system.
Even though 90% of the people yesterday on the radio and on the social medias at 1059 The Brew all said, get a tankless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well...
And
Yeah, but
it's
it's not.
the future.
It's not. But yeah, but you're not concerned about space. It's in your garage. It's just you, so it's not like you need a ton of hot water.
Yeah.
Going all the time.
I think this might be just the best move.
And just to get it done with and so you can
Yeah.
move on from it.
I'm sick of these cold showers, man. Man, just the you just like I said yesterday, I'm a Kindle.
Do you
It's a
feel more awake? I mean, I guess
No,
you
I
said
shiver.
you take showers at nighttime, so
well,
it's
the
not
cold
like
ones,
it even. Yeah.
I take the normal ones in the mornings, but
Right.
these
Those would
cold
be
ones I've been taking
nice.
at night because I feel like it's better to just when I'm freezing, get out of the shower, dry myself off, and climb right in bed.
Yeah.
In the mornings, I
It
don't
is-
want to be shivering. When I'm
But
getting
it
ready
is
for work.
weird when you get out, because I do my cold shower at the end. When you get out of a cold shower, you're not cold. It's like when you get
Well,
out of
yeah.
a hot one in a hot day, it actually works in your favor. So I'm never cold when I get out of the shower. I used to wear 2 towels.
Right.
Now I just stand there, BA naked.
You can say butt ass.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was gonna head in another direction and I backed way off too far.
Anyway, I'll let you guys know how it goes this weekend. So
All right. Well, good luck.
hopefully
to
you can figure it out. I'm gonna have to watch a YouTube video and all that stuff. So
Just have Casey tap a ruler and hold his hips in your garage. It'll come together.
Yeah.
all right. So there's a man who has pleaded guilty to having sex with something other than a human being. What do
Okay.
you
well, this
think
could-
that animal is?
Yeah.
Oh, so
okay. I
it's
was
an
gonna
I'm sorry,
say.
I just gave it away with
Yeah,
an
'cause
animal.
I was gonna say I'm concerned because if you were to just have sex with like an exhaust pipe or something,
Or a
not
Kleenex
necessarily
box.
something you would be arrested for, so it has to be
Well,
another
I
living.
suppose if you're having sex with like an exhaust pipe in
Like in
the
public.
parking lot
exactly.
of a Zoopans or something.
Right.
We've heard of worse.
Yeah.
You probably can't be doing that. But what did he have? Did he have
All right,
sexual
sorry.
relations with a goat?
Oh
No.
I hope not.
Okay, goat was on the short list.
Was it a
though.
dolphin?
No.
I don't know why I'm playing stupid sound
Dolphins
effects.
are pretty horny.
That's too much
I
work.
guess they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a story years ago about a woman who had relations with the dolphins.
Okay.
It has
Well,
happened?
I mean, I just don't know. I guess I've never examined the situation there. I didn't know exactly what they're working with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This man
Yeah.
has pleaded guilty to having sex with a cow. Yes, Liam Brown, 25, entered the plea in court after prosecutors presented DNA evidence that proved that he'd gotten
Bro.
intimate with the cow.
So he was like really intimate.
They say, quote, on the night in question, the cow's owners were alerted by alarms and equipment they had set up, with the result that the defendant was found. They say subsequently samples were taken from the animal, confirming the intercourse in question.
Gross.
I
So
hate to be that
nasty.
guy. Like you're like a forensic, expert, and you're taking samples from a cow.
Yeah, and
DNA?
I've seen cows do it. Like when a bull comes a mountain, and it isn't a pretty situation. I can only imagine having to be a part of any of that, like the forensic team.
Not that I want to picture this, but like the logistics of that whole situation are just very confusing to me. Like,
I'm turned on by dairy.
Well, how? Why? And obviously, because I don't think, is bestiality illegal in all 50 states?
It's got to be. Hold on.
If it's not, that's ridiculous.
I feel like there are a couple that it's still.
Well, it's like, because we're in love, we moved him.
I really hope the engineers aren't looking at my Google history because I'm about to type in something weird.
Yeah.
What state am I allowed to have sex with an animal?
No, it's bestiality. Is bestiality?
I know it's frowned upon in all 50 states.
Yeah,
for sure.
Socially
50
acceptable, not a chance.
Not so much.
Yeah, let's see. For example, while once a crime under common law, currently all but 4 U.S. states have criminal statutes against bestiality.
So what are the 4 that don't?
Oh man, I could guess.
Yeah, honestly.
Bring a ding, 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 ding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these statutes make those convicted of the offense guilty of either misdemeanor or felony.
Okay. Even if it's a misdemeanor, can we make it a harsher penalty so we just can skip it?
Yeah, come on, leave my livestock alone, you creep.
Exactly.
Here,
It's
give
hard
me
enough.
what states do you think it's not legal in? BC or where
That
it's okay, where it's legal in?
Mississippi.
Is Mississippi on the list? It's not.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
That's great.
Oh,
great news.
that was suspect one, so I'll go with Louisiana.
Not Louisiana.
Oh man, we're crawling out
Missouri.
of the South.
North Dakota.
Nope.
Got a lot of cattle.
Nope.
there.
You guys are going to be only one of these.
I bet they just
is not surprising. The others are surprising.
Maybe it's because they failed to put it on the books. Like, because it's
Maybe.
at too big of a place.
The only states where bestiality is not illegal is Hawaii, New Mexico, West Virginia, and Wyoming.
Wow, that's interesting.
Well,
I wouldn't have guessed any of those. Now,
Well, West
Hawaii is
Virginia,
super gross. You're stuck on an island with these creeps.
Yeah, right. You can't even get away. Wait, okay, so where did this incident take place?
This incident actually took place in Britain.
Oh,
okay.
hop,
So-
dop, diddly, bop.
I'm assuming it's illegal there.
Well, it's
yeah.
got to be. I mean,
Yeah.
if he's facing charges. Huh?
Oh yeah, they've charged him.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're wanting to throw the hardest punishment they can give to
I
him.
hope they do.
Yeah, because it's just, I mean, if other people are getting a slap on the wrist, and I mean, this guy feels like he can get away with it, he's going to do it again. He's going to be back there at the farm.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be a repeat offender.
Old McDonald, they're going to call him in the clink.
Oh.
Old
E-I-E-I-O, if
You know what I
you
mean?
know what I mean.
Old McDonald had a farm, but now
Yeah,
you got a
oh,
cellmate.
No.
E-I-E-I-O. Sorry.
E-I-E-I. Oh my God!
Oh, gross.
Okay.
Yep.
Did we take it too
This
far?
is taking
Did we
a
take it too far?
turn.
All right. All right.
Taking a
Hang
turn.
on, we'll be back.
Drew, and Laura. And now, here's what's trending.
Online on 1059thebrew.com, we got a lot of crazy stuff to look at. Imagine you're driving down the street like I-5 or 205, and you see somebody driving down the freeway with a giant bull in the passenger seat.
A bull? A
bull
live bull?
with giant horns and everything.
That is street
Is
cred.
this like
How
a
do you not die from
pickup truck or like a
No,
Jeep
it's like a Ford Escort. And what he's done is he's it looks like he's welded a fence gate to the right side of it.
Okay.
To like hold him in, and then he has broken the windshield right down the center of the car, so the thing can just pretty much stand up. So it's just its legs are standing in the car, and
So it's basically in like a car version of a sidecar motorcycle. Like it's on the right side.
that's
of it.
exactly what it is.
That's cool.
Why just get a trailer, bro?
Right,
Like,
get
what
a
are you
trailer when you
doing?
can have this sweet thing.
Farmer Frank probably doesn't have the money to afford a trailer, Laura. Not everyone can
Farmer
just go
Frank.
out and buy a trailer for a big
I
giant
mean,
bull.
I can't imagine the bull was cheap. What did he have to choose between the trailer or the bull?
It's probably it. He's like, I wanted to buy a bull. I couldn't afford a trailer and a bull.
He probably just picked it up on Craigslist. He's like, I saw this bull on Craigslist, but I couldn't find a way to get it home, so I just stuck it in my car.
Anyway, police in Nebraska stopped him, pulled him over,
Oh,
and
what? Not
Yeah,
street legal?
You can't do that. You can't do that. It is pretty like the video. Come look at this video.
I want to
over.
see that.
Just this big ass bull sticking out the hood of this windshield. Look at this.
Oh my God, that thing is the size of the car.
It's one of those giant bulls.
Whoa!
I mean, he's a big boy.
How did you even get him in there? And honestly,
looks like
he kind
they-
of looks happy as a clam.
It
He's
looks
just
like this
"Here you
car's
go."
been modified for this.
Oh, yeah, because that guy's got horns on the front of the
How do
car.
you
Like
get
he
it
is
out? Like,
thug life.
I have so many questions.
I'll let him go.
He put that thing in a parade. Parade that bull around. He looks pretty
He's
relaxed.
badass. By the way, the bull's name is Howdy Doody.
Howdy doody.
He's oh my God! Look at the oh my!
Was he wearing a
No.
Did it
seatbelt?
drop a deuce?
Come look at the back of the vehicle where its butt sits.
Oh, gross, bro.
It looks like he went mudding, but just on the very back right of the vehicle.
Oh, spoiler
That car
alert.
looks
That's not mud.
Oh my!
Oh my God.
You've ruined it.
Oh, you smell that? How, he smells that.
The experience is destroyed.
You smell that from miles away.
I mean, how often does it just absolutely mess the side of the car like that?
Oh man,
That is an absolute diarrhea sandwich.
that is an image I am not going to forget all weekend. Go check it out for yourself. It'll be posted here in like 2 minutes. 1059thebrew.com. Just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura. By the way, that's where you can see our Donkey Show podcast and video clips of the show. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Spy Cam. Happy Friday. It's STP.
You're listening to Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
We are getting closer and closer to Bacon and Beer 27. Pumpkin spiced.
Yeah.
Going down at Gilgamesh Brewing in Salem. Our first time to Salem. Super stoked, and we hope you show up because everyone who does show up gets that free, gets free bacon, and it's delicious, greasy, tasty bacon. What's your favorite kind of bacon? You like it crisp? Do you like it a little less crisp, or
Kind of middle of the road. I like it not to be floppy,
Yeah.
but also not dusted. You know, so there's a spot in there where it's got a crunch, but then it has almost like a chewy takeaway.
Yeah.
That's
yeah?
my
I don't
sweet
like it when I
spot.
bite into it and it just breaks apart in my mouth like a chip.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
I don't like that, but-
It's just like, feel like you ate ash.
Yeah, I do like a little burnt part. Some burnt parts, some
Yeah.
burnt sides. Like I leave my pizzas in the oven a little longer than I should because I like them burnt.
Yeah. I
So
like
same
a
thing with my bacon. I just don't want it to break apart in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll maybe ask him to leave a batch in there a little longer,
Okay.
Yeah.
just for me and Laura.
Yeah, sure.
Hit
I
me
mean,
with
sure.
the crispy. What is your brand of bacon if you were to bake?
I'm like the same as you, Drew. I like
Chewy
it.
with a crisp?
Yeah. I don't want them bacon bits style,
I
you
think
know?
we're all
or-
kind of in the same wheelhouse then, like a little bite, but then not dust.
Mhm.
Right. At one Bacon and Beer, we should only give out bacon strips.
Oh,
Bacon, bacon, bacon,
and,
bacon.
and I think there'd be some takers.
Or we could do a dog edition someday.
be
Anyway,
fun.
We got this one coming up September 22nd. Gilgamesh Brewing in Salem. Come on out. Everyone who shows up gets free bacon, and you could walk away with a free trip to Las Vegas to see Awakening at the Wynn, which is just like a Circus du Soleil type show.
That's going to be awesome.
Vegas level
Absolutely.
shows are incredible. Make sure you come on out to win your trip to Las Vegas. We also have delicious craft beers, including the Terry Porter American Style Porter. Tons of concert tickets, lots of great prizes, special guests. We've got the mayor of Salem, Chris Hoy, showing up.
Nice.
We've been trying to get a hold of him this week though. So we sent him an email like, would you come out?
Yeah.
We would love it. It would be an honor for us to have you there.
Yeah, we were stoked.
And they responded and said, yeah, sure, definitely. And then let us know what you need. And then we wrote back like, hey, we were thinking, here's our thoughts. And we haven't heard back yet. So
Do you
Ooh,
think
so
that
they love
maybe they didn't know what they signed up for initially, and then when they started doing some research, they were like, and now they're getting cold feet?
Air braked it.
well, what kind of research would you find?
Just, I don't know.
Like, what would you find in the research that would keep you from doing it though? Like,
I
what
don't
have
know,
we
like
done?
maybe they listened
The
to
three
our,
of us.
Yeah, maybe
Just
they,
the three of
maybe
us
they
in general?
listened to our
Down the
Donkey Show podcast or something.
What's wrong with the podcast?
I mean, nothing. It's great if you're into that kind of thing.
No, it is
Did you
great,
think we frightened the mayor?
Well,
I don't know.
politicians are politicians. They've got to be very careful. So
Yeah.
maybe they're just mulling it over.
But also, I mean, he's a busy guy, right?
That's true.
You know, so he
could be busy, just like actually taking care of city business instead of talking to some
Right.
radio show.
Doing his job?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
heck?
I can't fault him for that.
But we're hoping to get Chris Hoy on the air, and as of right now, they said he'll
They
be
haven't
there.
said no to us.
They
yes.
said he'll be there. It's just maybe they're busy with building us a giant key to the city. That's probably
Yeah,
it.
it's
That's-
not
you know
goodbye.
what?
It's just see you later for now.
And putting our names on a huge check.
Yeah, which would be nice. Just let us cut a ribbon, even if it's into the bathroom.
Be like, it's not the grand opening of anything. I don't care.
Well, it's the first time we've opened the bathroom door in 9 minutes. Let's hit it with a
go.
ribbon.
Also, the food drive is on
All
at this
right.
Bacon and Beer, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
ladies and
right.
gentlemen.
That's right.
At the last Bacon and Beer, we charged people 3 cans of food to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you showed up and didn't have any cans, especially if you're struggling yourself, we're not going to turn anybody away.
Totally.
You're totally going to be able to come in. But we're asking if you can bring in 3 or more cans of food for people in need. It looks like the Marion Polk Food Share in Salem will be the beneficiary of the food we collect. And here's the deal. At the last Bacon and Beer, we collected over 750 pounds of food.
Which is great.
This year, I say we go bigger, and we should try to surpass 1,000 pounds of food,
Oh,
ladies
yeah.
and gentlemen.
That'd be great. And honestly,
Absolutely.
just a few more cans.
Yeah, because cans are heavy.
Right.
Pile them up. And you probably grabbed a couple and you're like, should I grab these other ones? Yeah, grab the other one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And the big ones are good too. Those big
Yeah,
old like
heavy.
coffee can size cans of food.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's all about weight. It's not necessarily about numbers. So yeah, if you got those big dogs, bring them in.
They say that food is right now it's dire. It's worse than it was last year, apparently. And they say that every little piece of non-perishable food that they can get helps.
That's
so,
huge. Let's do
it's
it.
like this Christmas is going to be difficult for a lot of people, apparently. And so let's make sure that families don't go hungry. So bring some food down if you can. September 22nd to Gilgamesh Brewing in Salem, the campus location. Also, we're trying to get a hold of Terry Porter.
Yeah.
Yeah, where
How's
are
that
we
going?
anywhere on that?
We did make some headway yesterday.
Okay, good.
We did make a little headway. I don't want to give anything away right now, but
Okay.
Turn on a little mining light.
yeah,
Looking for him.
We're trying to get Terry Porter there because Gilgamesh Brewing already sells the Terry Porter. He's been on our show before when they actually launched the drink. He came on to promote it.
Yeah, I
he's a
remember that.
sweet dude, one of the kindest guys you'll ever meet, and also is got his hands in all sorts of charities, especially to help kids, which I love.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
awesome.
we'd love to give them some love.
Of course, the money would from Terry Porter's drink. The money is created. Actually, the whole drink was created in honor to raise funds for OHSU Dornbecker Children's Hospital.
Okay.
That's huge.
And Terry himself is even a board member of the Dornbecker's Children's Hospital Foundation.
And I've had a chance to tour that place on multiple occasions, and it is one heck of a facility, and they do miracles
Right.
up there.
Yeah, and like anything with kids, man, I'm on board. If
yeah.
it's
You pray you never end up in there yourself,
Yeah.
but you want to
Yeah.
help bolster it for whoever does.
Definitely.
So we haven't gotten a hold of Terry Porter yet, but I know he's in Portland, and I know he's got friends, lots of friends, and I'm sure some of them listen to this program. Mary
Yeah.
Terry Porter himself. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, bring us Terry Porter. Bring us TP for 3, Portland.
Yes, from downtown.
Let's do it.
We'll have someone perform Bust a Bucket for him in honor.
Oh my God,
Maybe
Wouldn't
that'll
that be
keep-
great?
Unless you don't want that, Terry.
Yeah, hey, whatever you need, bud.
Whatever, brother. It's
Whatever
fine.
you need.
We really would like to have Terry Porter out, even just for 1 hour, just like we had with Tanya Harding. Come
Right.
out.
It
Yeah.
would be great.
We'll
Fan fest.
Yeah, charge people for pictures, so all
Yeah.
that money goes to charity.
Yeah,
Dornbecker's Children's Hospital, it can go right to that. Whatever Terry wants that charity money to go to.
let's do that. Maybe that'll sweeten the pot a little bit.
You
Yeah.
call the shots, Terry. Let's go.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you know somebody who knows somebody that knows Terry Porter. Just say, hey, can you reach out or say, these guys are trying to talk to Terry. They want to put his charity on the air. They want to get him at Bacon and Beer.
And
We'll
we
even make
threw-
sure we get him a limousine from Portland to there.
And we're not some random imports. We back in the primetime days of Rip City in the early '90s. Those were the formidable years.
Right.
And so he's loved around here.
I know some promotions people in our department are just like, he just said limousine. And now I got to go find a limousine.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, if
Yes.
Terry wants it, he probably has a very nice car.
But yeah, we whatever he needs. If he
Yeah.
wants a limousine, we can talk to JMI limousines or
Yeah,
something.
man, we're gonna roll out the red carpet for you.
we
Terry.
can have Casey Beefwater pick him up in the beef bus if needed.
Yeah, or his Honda.
Either
be
way,
sweet.
I'm sure Terry would be so impressed.
Yeah, that'd be so awesome, actually.
Right.
He's like, yeah, look for the Civic. It's out front.
So it's going down September 22nd, Gilgamesh Brewing, the campus location in Salem. Everyone who shows up gets free beer. Someone's going to walk away with a free trip to Vegas to see Awakening at the Wynn. And hopefully Terry Porter will be there.
Yeah,
and as of
that'd
right
be
now, the
great.
mayor of Salem will be there for sure.
Yeah,
so.
and who knows if those two have met? Wouldn't it be a nice little union?
Totally.
Oh, yeah.
They might end up golfing.
Badass. We bring 2 people together.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Come out and meet your new best friend.
Bromance City out of Bacon and Beer.
We got your John Oliver tickets next. Hang on. All right, we're going to check your talkback messages in a few minutes. So if you got something to say to the show, comment, suggestion, maybe a complaint. Everyone's got a complaint.
Oh, yeah.
Download the iHeartRadio app. Once you've got the brew streaming, press the microphone button to record a quick message. We've got John Oliver tickets coming up in a few minutes with Real News and Fake News. Drew's got sports coming up next.
A big night for Utah as they make a statement in the Pac-12.
That's after the Peppers.
Utah's quarterback duo shined last night. Cam Rising eyeing his return, but he's got to be wondering. This team is looking good with no matter what quarterback is at the helm as they knock off Florida and get the job done. Now the Pac-12 celebrating that, but everybody just ignoring the elephant in the room. Not really, though. You can see it in the eyes of every announcer that they're looking for work. I don't know if you're going to have a job before the end of the year. Maybe they can bro them out and be like, I understand your contract says you can't negotiate other places, but the rug is coming out today as Stanford, Cal, and SMU are on their way to the Atlantic Coast Conference. I mean, you don't even have to argue it. It says Atlantic Coast. It's Stanford and Cal. That's the West Coast. It's unbelievable, and at this point, it looks like it's going to be a wash. Just Oregon State left, along with Washington State, and no word from either of those campuses on what they're going to do. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, we are going to play Real News or Fake News for some John Oliver tickets. Comedian John Oliver, host of Last Week Tonight. Funny dude. I mean, every time I see him, he never doesn't make me laugh, right?
Like,
even
love
if
this guy.
He's a guest on a show or something. He's so damn funny. So
And brilliant.
We'll play Real News or Fake News next for your chance to win. We need callers 10 and 11 right now. 866-445-1059. That's 866-445-1059. I also got some great Terry Porter news in my email just minutes ago.
Yeah.
Tell you about that after Joan Jett. Yeah. We got some information from somebody. I won't say his name, actually. But I got an email from a guy because we were trying to find Terry Porter, just like
Yeah.
we did with Tanya. We would love to have Terry Porter. It would be an honor, an absolute honor to have Terry Porter at Bacon and Beer September 22nd.
Boom. That's what we need.
Gilgamesh Brewing. So we're putting the call out there. We're shooting flares in the sky. Bring us TP for 3, Portland.
Oh, yeah. It would be a great time. I think he'd have a blast.
I think he really would. And, all the money that we would raise would go to charity of his choice.
It's a win-win.
It can go to the Dornbeckers Children's Hospital, which I think is a great place for that money to go. So, I mean, listen, if you know somebody who knows Terry, let us know. But this guy sent us an email and says, I have coffee every Saturday with a friend who is one of Terry's golf partners.
Oh, see, there's an in. We know a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah, there's like 6 degrees of separation there. But it's
hey,
okay. It counts.
You tell him to tell Terry to show up and bring 3 cans of canned food.
When I first read it, I said, I read it as, I have coffee with Terry Porter every morning, and I got really excited.
You're like,
And
yeah.
Oh man, I have a coffee with a guy who knows him.
he says, email me the details, and I will pass the email along to my friend in the morning.
Hey,
go
because
golfing.
we're right there, right?
Yeah.
This could happen over the weekend. He
Yes.
calls him, or they have coffee.
Having a nice Labor Day weekend party, as a barbecue or something.
Yes.
By the way, there's these idiots on the radio that really wouldn't like you at their party.
And all you got to do to shut him up is the following.
Because that's what worked with Tanya Harding.
Yeah,
like
we're just
she was
more
getting
annoying than anything.
like she was getting bombarded with calls and emails.
And she had a great time.
And now we're
at
buds.
Bacon and Beer. And now, we're homies.
she's actually going to teach us how to skate.
Yeah.
We were going to do it earlier in the summer, but my mom's really sick right now, and there's a lot going on in my personal life, so I kind of had to put it on hold.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to do it before the end of the year, where
We'll
she's
get
going
out
to teach
there.
us how to skate.
Yeah.
And it'll be a
Trying to-
video online.
You guys
Strengthen
gotta
our
wear
ankles.
You guys gotta wear tutus. So it's the only like
I'll look pretty.
A glittery unitard is what I would like to see.
I'll look pretty.
Look
each
like
of
a
you in.
blade. What's the movie with Will Ferrell? And,
Blades of Glory.
Yes,
I'm sure those
exactly.
outfits are on the rack somewhere.
Yeah. So if you know him, bring us Terry Porter.
Aw, yeah.
Bring us TP for 3.
It's a good.
My children.
It's a good time. They have good food, free bacon. He can have a pile of bacon, Mount Bacon,
Yeah.
if he wants.
Yeah. Whatever he wants. We'll make sure it happens. All right. Make it happen, Portland. Every one of these stories you're about to hear, I did that again. Yeah, did it again today. Crossing my games. I just started the Florida routine.
Yeah. Well,
It happens.
it's Friday.
Yeah.
I'm about to read off a couple of headlines. Some are real, some are fake. You just got to point out which one is which to get the John Oliver tickets. Let's
Bing bong.
meet our contestant this morning. He goes by Mr. Quick Pick.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Quick Pick.
Good morning.
Why do you go by Mr. Quick Pick?
That's the name of my business.
So
I'm a locksmith.
Oh, he's a locksmith. I thought he was going to be. He made gambling lines.
That's
yeah,
what I
that's what I
thought.
thought
Mr.
too. I
Quick
was like,
Pick
can you
back
help me
here.
with
Yeah.
my numbers? Or?
That's exactly what I thought. So you're just a locksmith. Okay, but so you can pretty much break into anything.
That's right.
Wow.
So is it basically for a guy at your level? You could just walk up to any door and you could open it?
Yep, within a minute.
Within a
Oh, that
minute.
is.
Have you ever used your powers for bad? Have you used them for evil before?
No.
I cannot disclose.
Yeah, he gave us a
Okay.
business name.
Yeah, like I
Oh,
don't
that's
think I'd
right.
like to date a locksmith. You know what I mean?
You don't think you would like to?
No.
Unless you're on his
Why
team.
why would you even offer that information to this guy? He didn't ask that.
Now he's
Hey,
gonna
by
break
the
into
way,
your
dude,
house.
it's never gonna
I'm
happen.
not saying this guy.
Pal.
I'm sure he's a great guy, but I was just thinking about. Well, you're the one who asked if he's ever used his powers for bad, and he
Oh,
said,
creeping?
"Well, I don't know, maybe." You know, so I'm just thinking about him. Like,
I think it would be great
if
if
I
you're
had a
if-
boyfriend who was a locksmith.
If
like,
you're a lady who
they
locks
just, like,
yourself out, which how many times have I walked to the front door to let you in because you forgot your keys?
well, that's
You could call
true.
your man up, your mans,
Let
and
me in
save
the
yourself.
house.
I don't know, how much is it to have a house call? If I lock myself out, how much is it to have you come over and have you let me in?
And Jimmy the door.
I just charged a stripper $145.
$145.
A straight fee.
How
I thought you
much
said
does
a
it-
stripper fee.
Oh, that
That's
too, maybe.
That's a little
Is that
heavy.
is that the stripper fee or your standard fee?
The standard fee.
Okay.
All
yeah.
right. How much does it cost to replace a window? Because I'm more likely to bust a pane of glass before I call a
Yeah,
locksmith.
Laura's windshield's broken. She needs that fixed.
I do need it fixed.
3 or 400.
300 or 400.
Man,
Damn it!
Is that too much?
No, no.
Everything's expensive.
It's scary to know that your locks, like, we feel good when we lock a car, but this dude's like, nah.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
That's great. All right, dude. Well, it's time to play Real News or... You ready? Big pimpin'?
I'm ready.
All right. Real or fake? Guinness crowns female mullet champ.
Fake.
Is that a fake story?
Oh,
It's
man.
a real story. That woman exists.
That seemed
And
like
she's magnificent.
It seemed very believable
Serious
from the
mullet.
get-go.
Real or fake? 5'6" man sues Nike for not being able to dunk basketball after buying shoes.
Fake.
Is that a fake story? Yes, thank God.
Hey, that would have been great, though.
Real or fake? Experts say best way to clear up acne is with pasta sauce facial.
Oh.
Fake.
Fake story?
Yeah.
Hey, 2-1.
You get one more right, you're in. I'm still going to try the pasta sauce facial, by the way.
Yeah, might as well.
It could help.
Yeah.
Wyoming tombstones now equipped with cornhole game.
What?
That gotta be true.
Is that a true story? It's a true story.
Oh!
You're in, brother. You just got tickets to go see John Oliver September 8th at the Schnitz. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com if you want to buy them. Congrats,
Woo,
bro.
thank you.
Yeah, let's see. Woman, let's see. No, Wyoming tombstone.
Yeah,
No.
what's that about? Did somebody really enjoy cornhole, and so they asked when they died for someone to install a cornhole?
See, a cemetery in Wyoming has installed cornhole equipment for people to come and play when they pay their respects to the dead. Well, aren't you supposed to pay your respects to the dead and not drink beer and yell at each other?
Yeah, you would
that's
think
true.
so.
But if you think about it, it's such a dismal place. Why not have you get left up there alone forever? What about the idea that there could be a little park over there so I'm not alone for the
And
eternity?
I remember going to a cemetery as a kid, and I didn't really understand the level of what was going on.
Right.
I was walking on tombstones. I remember my grandpa yelling at me for that. Like, I
Yeah.
didn't know.
If Grandpa
So
doesn't
maybe-
hit you in the ear once, you weren't a kid.
Yeah, I feel like a good flick from Grandpa in the ear at a cemetery is
Straighten you
It
out.
really straightens you on the right path in life. And so I didn't really respect the cemetery, right? I was like 6 or something.
Yeah.
And so maybe a cornhole area off to the side.
How is that
could
less
even-
disrespectful than walking on
Get
a
the kids out of
tombstone?
there so we
Friendly
can.
competition. Whoever
I
said
don't
the
know.
dead wanted it to be all such a bummer.
I just
Doom
figured
and
like
gloom
if you get
all
the
the
kids out of the way,
time.
like get the kids out of the way so we can be
So
quiet and pay our
you're
respects.
okay. So you're saying this is something for
I
the
like that.
children to do,
But
while
then
the adults, are paying
adults
their
love
respects.
cornhole, right? They
I
love
mean,
that
Yeah.
cornhole.
That's true.
You know, one of the quietest cornholes in town's up at the cemetery. Let's go up there and throw bag.
But they also make it sound like it's the tombstones themselves.
See, that's kind of awesome. Like, what if it was a couple? And so
Yeah.
they put their tombstones exactly the right paces apart, but
Yes.
they're at an
That's
angle.
actually pretty
That's
great.
what I was assuming, that maybe they were just like avid cornhole players, and
And
so
then the
that's what
family
they
can come
wanted.
and still pretty much feel like they're
Yeah.
playing with them.
Yeah, and you can stomp all over my body.
I guess that's neat. It's just like you're going to be probably stomping on other people's bodies.
Hey, Grandpa,
Think about-
catch!
Well, I think your grandpa's right under there.
Just
And
like you, Grandpa, to drop it.
you kick over a cocktail, and it just seeps into the ground. That's for you, Grandpa.
That's for your homies.
Yeah, exactly.
Your dead homies.
Pour one out for Grandpa.
Gang, gang.
Well, there you go.
All right, well.
Tombstone cornholes.
There's something for everyone. Some people want to be in a wall.
Or a
Some
big
people want to be
mausoleum.
cremated. Some people just want to play cornhole.
Yeah.
I want a Mortal Kombat 2 cabinet built into my, into my
Oh,
tombstone.
that'd be cool.
Come over and play. Just dump quarters into my grave.
That's amazing.
That's what I
It's
want.
doable.
All right, dude. Hang on the phone. We'll get your information, and you'll go to the show. We'll see you there because I'm going to that show for sure. John Oliver.
Yay, yay.
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we want to know who the a-hole, who you think the a-hole is in this situation. This dude found a bag of money,
Some loot.
and he kept it, and now he's in serious trouble for it.
Oh,
Ah.
oopsies.
What would you do in that situation if you found a bag of like literally thousands of dollars? Would you keep it?
You'd never see me again.
Do you think he's in the wrong? Well, we'll tell you the full story coming up here at 8.
All right.
1059 The Brew. It's Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up here in a few moments, we want to know, is this guy an a-hole for finding a bag full of money and not returning it? What would you do in that situation? If you found a bag of cash, like in a parking lot, would you keep it? And would you think you're an a-hole for doing that?
Mm-hmm. It's some people are thinking it's luck. Some people are thinking it's agony.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll tell you the story and take your calls here in just a few moments. Before that, Laura's got the news. What do you have?
Well, police are looking for an extremely dangerous man who has escaped from prison here in Oregon. I'll tell you more about it.
That's not good. It's right after Rush.
Now, our Brew News Update, powered by Adventist Health Portland and OHSU Health Partner. Here's Laura.
Well, if you're traveling today, good luck out there. Over 14 million people are expected to pass through the nation's airports this Labor Day weekend. The TSA bracing for a high volume of travelers through Wednesday of next week, with today is actually projected to be the busiest day of travel of the weekend. Nearly 3 million people are expected to pass through security checkpoints today. So the TSA is urging travelers to arrive early because you're going to need some extra time to get through security.
I got here just real quick. The best and worst airlines for Labor Day.
Oh, yeah, let's hear it.
And this probably would have been best like a month ago.
Yeah, right, when you were booking your flights.
We're going to let you know if you're taking it on the chin today.
But at least you know if you're going into a bad situation or a good situation.
The worst one, you just head in now.
According to data collected from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics, JetBlue Airways is the worst airline for delays on Labor Day weekend.
Yikes.
Boom.
I don't think I've ever traveled JetBlue.
I haven't either.
I don't think I have either.
It's not really hubbed out
It's
over
going to
here.
stay that way, I
About 20% of JetBlue Airways flights are delayed over the holiday. Those who fly Spirit are most likely to have their flights canceled completely.
Oh.
The price for limo study found the Hawaiian Airlines sees a few delays with only 6%. And airports with the fewest number of delays include the International Airport in Honolulu and Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport in Minnesota.
Oh, nice.
So when you go to a Vikings game, eventually, Drew.
Yeah, you
You'll
got
make it
delay.
there.
Fine.
Yeah. After a 3-year hiatus, federal student loan payments are set to start back up again on October 1st. But today, September 1st, is the date that those loans will start to build interest again. Now, there is a year-long grace period during which nobody is going to default on their loans if they miss a payment. But interest rates are coming back as of today, and they will be the same as what borrowers were paying before March of 2020 when they took a pause on those student loans. And finally, Oregon State Police searching for an attempted aggravated murder suspect who managed to escape custody while shackled at the arms, legs, and stomach. He fled from a hospital in a Dodge minivan. This happened. His name, by the way, Christopher Lee Prey. He escaped Wednesday night at about 10:45. And now they are asking for us to keep an eye out for him.
2 days later?
Yeah, he'd been
Jeez,
in
man.
custody and a patient of the Oregon State Hospital in Salem. He is considered to be extremely dangerous. He was in custody at the Multnomah County Jail on several serious charges, including, like I said, attempted aggravated murder.
Whoa. And he's crafty. I mean, in order to even move with that at your belly? Whoa.
I know, yeah. So I have the... let me look up real quick the info about the car that he escaped in. It's a white 2016 Dodge Caravan, Oregon license plate number E265614. So be
car.
on the lookout.
Yeah, that's scary, though, right?
Yeah.
That is pretty sketch.
Very sketchy.
Just look for the guy with a bunch of chains on him.
Yeah, he should be hard to miss.
Yeah, like
Unless he's cut him off by now.
a bright orange jumpsuit.
Yeah,
if you see-
and rubber slippers,
Yeah,
I believe he was also wearing.
Yeah. If you see a guy in a bright orange jumpsuit and slippers and chains getting Starbucks, call the police.
Yeah, be suspicious.
It's time to ask some questions.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. All right, so imagine you find a bag of money. You find a
man.
bag of cash that has $5,000 in it.
I wish that would happen to me.
It's a lot of cash.
And you decide to keep it, but months later, you're busted for larceny.
Oh.
Are you a jerk? Are you the a-hole? Or is it one of those finders keepers type situations? This is a real story that happened.
Who comes for this money?
So this happened the other day. This guy, actually, it happened months ago. This guy was walking through a parking lot late at night.
Now he's dealing with it.
And he found a bag of cash, like from a bank.
Okay.
Oh.
Those
so
little
it's
bank
got a
bags.
bank bag.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
He picks up the bag, instantly sees the cash, takes it out, throws the bag, keeps it. He says, I thought I won the lottery. That's what he said. Finding $5,000, yeah. I mean,
Because that'll change a lot of people's lives, at least in the short term.
Right.
If you had a little debt or whatever.
Sure.
3 months later, this guy's arrested for larceny because apparently that bag belonged to the bank. By the way, he found that cash in the parking lot of the bank.
Oh, that's a bad
so-
caveat.
The police say that the bank's name was on the bag. He says he never saw it. He says, I never looked at the bag. I just saw the cash, took it, and threw the bag. I didn't know.
But
Which is a good thing to say.
At the very least, though, I mean, you found a bag of cash in the bank parking lot. Who did you think it belongs to, bro?
Yeah,
You know?
and that's the tough part because, the young version of me, like, hot right out of the hopper, would have really been holding on tight to that money, thinking about all the things. It would have been me in my mind.
Right.
But now I think paranoia. I'm in the lot. I'd look up. I'd see all the cameras. It's not the 90s. Like, they're
Right.
going to find me.
Yeah, how did they track him down?
They tracked him down, I think, using things like that, surveillance footage and just good old-fashioned police work.
Yeah.
Good old-fashioned investigation.
I see.
Yeah.
And they caught the guy. And he says, listen, I didn't know it was the bank's money.
Yeah.
I just found $5,000 and I thought I won the lottery and I kept it.
It was
so.
somebody's money.
It's not like he robbed the bank, though. I hope
True,
they're not going
yeah.
to throw the book at him.
Yeah, that's right. Because as of right now, we're kind of in between that. We don't know what he's going to get yet. But
Yeah.
is he an a-hole, or are the police and the bank? I guess the man.
The man.
Is
The
he an
man,
a-hole
not
or
an
a they?
a-hole.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Like, I understand like finders keepers, but when you pick it up and you see a name on it, he says he didn't, but if you see a name on it, like, and you know who it is, isn't your obligation to return it?
Even if you don't see a name on it, it's $5,000. Obviously, somebody had a real bad day when they found out they'd lost or misplaced $5,000.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like maybe he's not an a-hole, but
Kind of naive, kind of dumb.
Dum-dum.
yeah, like it wasn't the right thing to do, and he probably knew it.
To play completely dumb, like, oh my God, I didn't know. Like, that's pretty tough.
Because I'm not sure how much it is, but I think when you find large amounts of money, you have to turn
Turn
it in.
them in, yeah.
And then
At
if
least
it's not
temporarily.
claimed after a certain amount of time, 30 days, 60 days, I don't know how long it is, then you can claim that for your own.
Which is
Yeah.
pretty awesome if that actually went through. And I think there's a threshold on the money, right? 5,000 is a lot. They're going to come looking for that. If it was a couple hundred, I don't even think an investigation would be done.
Right.
I want to
yeah.
see what Google says about this. What should I do if I find a bag of $100,000?
According to Quora, once you have discovered said bag has a large sum of money in it, put everything back the way it was and walk away with your hands in plain sight, in case anyone is watching. If you wish, call the authorities. Any bag of cash you find will inevitably be illegal money.
Whoa.
Oh,
So
well,
put your hands up and
Yeah,
walk away like it's a
isn't that
bomb?
funny?
slowly back
It's
away.
like, I
I don't know
didn't
about
touch a dollar of it. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think the responsible thing to do would be to pick up the money and then turn it into the authorities. And then,
But no bank bag, not in a bank parking lot. I feel like just some cash. You're not necessarily going to turn it
Yeah,
in.
so I guess what
Right.
happened was one of the employees of the bank, when she was, having to take it to, I don't know where they take the money
Somewhere
from the
else.
bank. I thought you take the money to the bank.
Yeah, she have a
Yeah,
fumble
that's a good
out
point.
there.
But like maybe, I don't know where they were taking it, but maybe they were taking it to the bank and
playing
she dropped it when
cornhole.
she got to the bank.
Could be.
That could be it too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
either way, she says she dropped it in transit.
I wonder if she still has her job.
Dude, if you
Because-
drop money, $5,000, you're not.
You're out of here.
You're not
That's your
ready for
only
this.
job.
Not to be trusted.
Is to transport the money safely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Butterfingers. Come on.
Yeah.
You got to hold that thing tight.
What do you think? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197 or a talkback through the iHeartRadio app. This person says, I don't think he's the a-hole at all. He found that money, finders keepers. We've been saying it for years.
Yeah.
It used to be law, though, because there was no camera. There was no way to come and find you.
Mm-hmm.
Because think about it, even if it's 1989, they're not going to find that bag of money. And they don't have a good enough system to track you.
Yeah.
I'm so scared. Like, if I found a bag of money, one of my favorite movies when it came out was No Country for Old Men.
Oh, I love that
He
movie.
found a bag of money, and it didn't end well.
And maybe that's why you put your hands up and you start walking backwards.
Yeah.
Because somebody comes looking for a bag of money, and if they're not the cops, they have guns.
Yeah, and someone's
good
pissed,
point.
especially if you find like a couple $100,000 million or something. Like I don't want to die. Not for blood money.
Yeah.
It would be great to buy a couple of chains and an Impala.
At the very least.
But
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll swipe a stack from the bag,
Yeah.
but I'm giving the rest
Hey,
back.
right,
when
yeah,
they
yeah.
kill me, I'll at least look like a pimp, a real life pimp.
I'll die dressed very nice.
Yes, it'll be great.
More of your calls and texts coming up. Hang on. 1059 The Brew. It's Portland's Rock Station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We are streaming video in real time on our Facebook. Follow us at 1059 The Brew. And on TikTok and Instagram at 1059 The Brew. You can also find video clips loaded daily as well. So if you want to see what we look like, see what the studio looks like, it's always a mess. Just check out those socials.
Yeah.
We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy. It's Portland's Rock Station, 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Well, Utah getting the job done yesterday against Florida. Good news for the Pac-12 after USC's victory last weekend and a game last night. It's looking like maybe there could be a little action one last time in the Power 5 conference that is the Pac-12. The weird thing is there are like deals set in place that, the champion of all those conferences get into the college football playoff and then a couple of random teams. Well, all those deals are off because the Pac-12 is about to disintegrate. And it's going to be quite the magic trick after what we just heard, and that is that the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference, no longer rumored, but sources saying a vote has been completed that'll take Stanford and Cal out of the Pac-12 and leave just two teams. And it's frustrating for the Beavers because they really are showing promise. I mean, they beat Oregon 2 out of the last 3 years. That pains me to say, but it is the truth. And they've done their due diligence to be a part of this conference and a contender in it moving forward, but the conference will be no more. So where do they go?
Dude, that big-ass stadium they just built.
And they got to pay for that.
Yeah, and they were saying that tuition's probably going to go up because of this.
It's likely to, and the price of admission also might mean the end of certain sports. If your dream was to go to Oregon State and you played field hockey, or you're on a rowing team, maybe that's not going to be there next year because you have these situations, all because the Californians, USC, UCLA, we see you. It was your fault. We'll never forget it. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, in the last segment, we presented you another Who's the A-Hole story, and it's about this dude. This guy found a bag of cash, about $5,000 in one of those little cash bags a parking lot. Parking lot was the parking lot of a bank.
Huh.
And it
convenient.
Took about 3 months for the police to track him down, but they did, and they arrested him for larceny.
That's
$5,000. So he says, "Listen, I didn't know it belonged to the bank. I got super excited and I saw all the cash.
Yeah.
And my heart started to race. I just saw nothing but the cash. Didn't look at the bag. Didn't see the name on the side of the bag, and just tossed it in a bush or something."
And if it took a while to find him, he probably got to burn through quite a bit of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I bet he got himself a new Fila jumpsuit.
We want to know, is he an a-hole, or, I guess, is it the man or whoever?
Yeah,
because he just found the cash. If he just found it,
if
is it
somebody
his
was
fault?
stupid enough to lose it, then, finders keepers.
Your calls and texts coming up after Tom Petty. It's 105.9 The Brew. What would you do if you found $5,000 in cash in a little bag in a parking lot?
There just happened to be a bank parking lot.
Would you keep the money, or would you, maybe take it home and then return it to the bank the next day? I don't know. Is the guy the a-hole? Because I feel like there's a little bit of finders keepers there. There's also a little bit of you should know better if it's in a bank bag. But I feel like it's, like the person who dropped it's fault. Like if this guy goes to jail for larceny,
it seems aggressive. Like he didn't.
That person should lose their job at the least.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't wake up looking to commit a crime this day. Right? Like it's not a guy who planned out a robbery.
And it was a situational type crime, a crime of circumstance, right?
Sure.
And I think when you ask that question too, it's easy if you have enough money to just live your life, right? You don't even have to be rich. It's easy to be morally high ground. But imagine you're having a really hard time, like you're back rent, you're getting your lights turned off, and that money's on the ground.
Right.
It's gonna be a lot harder to give it back. You're like, well, I think that was destiny. If you believe in a Jesus or a Buddha or whatever, he dropped that at my feet.
We got text messages coming in on a Lazy Boy text line. This text message comes from 1191. This person says, not only is he an a-hole, he's a thief and a criminal. Being stupid and a dumb crook doesn't make it right. Cut off his hands.
The hands.
This one's from 3661. It says, there's no way that you do not know it's a bank bag. They have zippers and they have names printed on the side of them, and generally money in the bank bag is on the way to the bank, has some kind of identifying paper, deposit slips, etc.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because some different businesses have a bank bag at the restaurant. They might not work at the bank. They might work at Arby's. And they, not an Arby's, but like a mom and pop version, and they bring the bank bag and drop it. You might have screwed a family.
Right.
We got some text messages on our Lazy Boy text line. Some talkback messages to the iHeartRadio app. I'm all over the place this morning.
That's all right.
There's a lot of stuff in here.
I've been drinking too.
It's Friday. It's been a long week.
Not sharing.
The bank is definitely the a-hole in this situation. $5,000 didn't do a damn thing to them, one way or the other than the person that lost it being fired. It was insured. Everything was easy peasy for them. All they had to do is fire a guy, and the insurance company replaces their imaginary ones and zeros. Sucks, dude's gonna have to go to jail over it. Bummer.
I don't know what you guys are worried about. They can't even find an escaped convict. That money's yours. They can't track that. They can't even track their minivan. Hey, government, you ever heard of LoJack?
Well, they did track him. Took him 3 months, but they found the guy, and now he's been arrested for larceny.
My thing is, everyone's like, well, it's the bank's money. It's the bank's money. What if it's not the bank's money? What if, like Drew was saying, it's the case where it's like a mom and pop shop, and they went to drop off their $5,000 or whatever and happened to drop it in the parking lot. Now you're not stealing from the bank. You're stealing from a small business.
I do believe it was the bank employee who did it.
Okay, well, that's...
Okay.
I mean, it makes it a little easier
out.
because of the insurance policy.
Yeah,
that makes it better.
I mean, maybe even if it wasn't, they say that.
Yeah, exactly. Need that money.
Let's go to One-Eyed Sean, calling from Salem. Good morning, One-Eyed Sean.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, brother.
I think like all the people are saying it's the bank's fault because like I was telling you guys earlier before getting on the air, those bags are not, I've seen some of those bags and they're not, some of them are not labeled that well to identify, whose it is. I mean, granted they're not in like a paper bag, but still, I mean, you don't
I feel like if it's in a paper bag,
it's
it's automatically yours. If you find it in an envelope or a paper bag, it's yours.
That's a different game. But, it's hard for Sean to see.
It's dirty money.
It is, granted, you do have one eye. I mean, it could be on the other side of the bag.
Well, it could have been on the left-hand side, not the right-hand
Exactly.
side.
Yeah,
That's
so
what we're
it could have
saying.
just been-
So I simply didn't see it. So
that's always
he
possible.
said his adrenaline was rushing, and then he did not look at the side of the bag. He saw dollars and threw the bag in the bush. Thanks, One-Eyed Sean.
Well, maybe the guy was. Yeah, have a good weekend, you guys.
All right, no, you can go ahead and finish your thought at least.
That was like robot mode.
Yeah.
Maybe the guy was hard on his luck and was short on cash and thought it was like, holy crap, my lucky day.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he thought he won the lottery, is what he said.
Well,
Going
guess
from
what?
lucky to unlucky real quick.
That's not a lotto that I'm familiar with. The find a wad of cash in the bank parking lot lottery.
That's what he
not
said.
familiar with that.
Thank you, One-Eyed Sean. Let's go to line 2. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Morning, guys. Lunchbox.
What up, Lunchbox?
Hey, so at the end of the day, long story short, I guess, is was it yours? The answer is no.
Yeah.
It didn't belong to you, man. You're the a-hole. You took money that wasn't yours, whether it belonged to the bank or the mom and pop shop, or maybe some kid sold his first ever car and he had $5,000 and he was so stoked to have it and lost it. Fell out of the door of his parents' SUV when he stepped out of it. Who knows? But
What if that was
end of the
somebody's?
day,
What if that was somebody's drug money? You know, can you imagine? You go to a festival and you got no drugs.
You're just completely out of all your goods.
That would be a real bummer.
But a lot of people are like Lunchbox, and he'd make a great cop. Because when you're
Yeah.
sitting in that room and they're going, the hard fact, Sonny, is that you don't steal from others. Your mama should have told you that.
You were in the Navy, right, Lunchbox? You're a Navy man.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
You can hear the discipline.
That's right. Yeah.
You don't
he's-
steal from
yeah.
a bunkmate.
All right, buddy. Thank you for your call and your
Hey,
service.
I will see you guys on the 22nd.
Dude,
Booyah.
thank you. We're so stoked. Bacon and Beer 27, pumpkin spiced, going down September 22nd in Salem at Gilgamesh Brewing, the campus location. Everyone who shows up gets free bacon, unless Lunchbox eats it all. He's a big
right.
boy.
It's very possible.
This is right. And you could walk away with a free trip to Las Vegas to see Awakening at the Wynn.
Woohoo!
Bing
Pretty
bong.
dope. Of course,
It'd be pretty awesome.
the mayor of Salem, Chris Hoy, will be in attendance as of right now.
Yeah, we have
He said yes and then hasn't written us back since. But
we have a mayoral head nod at this point.
yeah, listeners, we need you to actually track down Terry Porter for us this weekend
Yeah.
and Chris Hoy, the mayor of Salem.
We got your work cut out for you.
Because we would love to interview him on the show, see what's going on with him, talk about the struggles that Salem's going through and what we can do to help. All those things.
And how
Ahoy,
gr-
hoy, Chris. Ahoy, hoy.
And how great he is at mayor, of course. We want to discuss that with him. That'd be get him down there.
And if he did Civil War reenactments, because he looks like he did.
Yeah,
he looks like that kind of
it's
a guy.
possible.
I did
Odds-on
Civil War
favorite.
reenactments, and I know.
You can smell
I can
one out.
smell,
Takes
I can
one to
smell the
know
nerd on these
one.
guys.
Hoy.
All right. Yes, we'll see you there, Lunchbox, September 22nd, Gilgamesh Brewing, Bacon and Beer 27.
Absolutely.
We got a couple of text messages on our Lazy Boy text line before we go. This one's from 7794. In regards to the bank bag situation, it definitely should have been dropped off at the bank. There's a small possibility of a reward for returning it. I'm also reminded of the entire money situation in It's a Wonderful Life. That money was never returned.
He's going all the way back to It's a Wonderful Life.
Man, that is.
Every time a bell rings, an
Thanks.
angel gets its wings.
Thank you, Harold. I'm assuming his name is Harold.
Yeah.
If you remember the great movies.
I'm assuming his name is Harold, and he's 97.
Hark
this-
the herald angels sing.
This one says, the guy that took the money is the a-hole. When I was in my early 20s, I found a wallet with $800 in it. I was in the Army, poor and struggling at the time, but I did the right thing and returned it to my first sergeant.
What a
I found
pro.
out later that it belonged to a single mother,
Oh.
and that was her entire paycheck.
Oh, damn.
man.
See, you got to return the money.
He could have gone to the Slippery Oyster for like 3 or 4 hours with that. But he gave it back.
This one says that he's not an a-hole, finders keepers. So there you go.
You know,
All right.
somebody's jacking your cash if it hits the ground.
More of your calls and texts coming up. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brute. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So we got a few more text messages on our Lazy Boy text line from people talking about the guy who found $5,000 in a bank bag out in front of a bank in a parking lot. He kept the money, threw the bag in a bush, and 3 months later, the police finally tracked him down and arrested him for larceny.
3 months, you thought you were gotten away with it.
Yeah.
Right. I wonder if he even has any of that $5,000 left.
I mean, I hope he spent it.
Where's that money? Man, I'm wearing it. Don't you see? Don't you
Yeah,
see
exactly.
these-
Look at how sweet I look.
Yeah.
Right. This is $5,000 worth of bad
Where
decisions.
do you think I got these Gucci loafers, bro?
This text comes from 8729. They say the guy that took the money in was the a-hole for sure. And I got a couple of talkbacks here if you want to hear these too.
Yeah.
Download the iHeartRadio app.
The bank already claimed the $5,000 as lost, and their insurance covered it. They charged him with grand larceny because they want more money back, and they're not entitled to it. So it's insurance fraud at the very least at this point.
This person says you blame the bank for hiring an idiot who lost $5,000.
Yeah, that's
I do
true.
think that person should have lost their job because your job is to transport the money safely. And if this guy's going to go to jail for larceny, you should at least lose your job.
I'm trying to put myself in that bank employee's position, though. Like, imagine you are in charge of $5,000 or any amount of cash or any important anything, and you lose it by mistake. You drop it or whatever. Like, how bad do you feel?
Pretty
you know
bad.
what I mean? And like, it was a mistake, and now people are like, rah, 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 rah. You know,
Yeah.
it could have happened to anybody.
But I do like that, it is insured, right? So you shouldn't panic
If
too
it
much.
comes from the bank, it's insured.
And the auto fire thing is pretty aggressive. If it's insured and everything just checks and balances, they fill out a sheet and the money comes through. The person's job is gone because they had slippery hands or they just went do for a second, maybe checked their phone.
So
and-
but I get that, but then now this guy goes to jail because they had slippery hands?
No, and I don't
Right.
think, I feel like he could almost get a restitution situation would be more fair. Like, find a way to pay it back via community service. It doesn't even
Yeah,
have to
that's
be road
fair.
crew.
I feel like that would
but
be
also,
fair.
I don't think
Community
there's
service.
necessarily a correlation between, I mean, an indirect correlation, I suppose, between slippery fingers over here and this guy taking the money. Like, the bank employee didn't force him to pick up the bag and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
She'd probably have a job, or he or she would have a job if she went out and jogged over there and it was still sitting there. That would be
right.
I guess she panicked when she realized that she had lost the money. And she searched her car, like ripped her car apart.
Oh.
and she
I
couldn't
bet. She's
find
pulling the chairs out.
Yikes.
I'd be going nuts.
This text message from 2976 says he might be a bit of a dum-dum for picking up the bag in a bank parking lot, but I don't think he's an a-hole.
Yeah.
There you go. Ah, boy.
Man, I hope he bought a ski-doo or at least a down payment and got some wind in his
Had a
hair.
little bit of fun, yeah.
Yeah.
We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on the Brew. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up here in about 20 minutes or so, Casey Beefwater Bay will be in studio to let us know what the beef is watching this week.
Nice.
Casey's an old soul, likes to watch old TV shows like Love Boat and Chips. And we'll find out what he's watching this week. I think, Laura, you're going to like it. I think you're going to like today's.
Oh, boy.
It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, we got another Bacon and Beer. Bacon and Beer 27, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Pumpkin Spiced Edition.
Oh, boy.
Is going down at Gilgamesh Brewing in Salem from 6 to 10 a.m. Everyone who shows up gets free bacon, and someone's going to walk away with a free trip to Las Vegas to see Awakening at the Wynn, which I would love to see.
Mm-hmm.
I love those big Vegas-style shows, man.
Oh, yeah.
People
Yeah.
flipping around and
It's crazy.
somersaults.
Every single person on that stage is more talented than anyone you know, basically.
Yeah.
They're that good.
And just like their abs. You know, you see these a-holes, and they're just chiseled like they were chiseled out of stone or something, right?
Yeah, they could stand on their fingertips.
We know it will have the mayor of Salem, Chris Hoy, in attendance, even though we think we will. Because we wrote him an email and said we'd love for you to be there, you know, do whatever you want, talk about whatever you want. And they wrote us back and said, yes, he'd love to be there. Just let us know what you'd like us to do. And we sent that email, but we haven't heard back since. I think that was on Monday.
And you know what my greatest fear is that like some intern who screens the mail at first, or, you know, some low leveler was like, sure, and then ran it by him and he's all, let me look into
Absolutely
it.
not.
Let me look into it.
I don't know what would give him a reason to run away from the show. Is there something that we've done? Did we end up in the news lately?
Depends on what kind of dude you are. If you're just like us, then you're gonna come running.
You know,
I think Chris Hoy's cool. That's what I
feel
think.
like the last time we were in the news, it was for doing something good.
That's right.
So,
Trash Bandits.
I mean, what's the
Right?
holdup here?
Yeah, and all of our arrests are under aliases. We're fine.
Yeah, so Chris Hoy, please come to Bacon and Beer, dude. Come on, Mr. Mayor.
And quite honestly, not to kiss his ass, when I saw him on TV, he seemed laid back.
Yeah.
You know, like he was just chatting with a reporter, and he seemed chill. So I hopefully that's something that plays in our favor.
We'd love to have you on the show and at Bacon and Beer, and for you to name a street after the show. That'd be great too.
Yeah, I mean, just
baby steps.
Like Tanner, Drew, and Laura Drive, or TDL Drive, or
TDL Drive.
TDL Boulevard.
I
What would you like, a
it.
boulevard or a street?
I feel like Boulevard sounds fancy.
Boulevard's nice.
like
Yeah, we'll probably get a court or a cul-de-sac or something. Something
I'll
small.
take an alley. I'll take anything they
An
want to give
alley,
us.
that's probably what it would end up being. Yeah.
The Tanner and Drew Alley.
And
Just find it behind Bimart.
It's a dead end, and it actually doesn't lead anywhere at all.
Only the 6 people who live in that alley.
Just like the show.
That's great.
Goes nowhere.
So if you know Chris Hoy, let him know that we desperately want him to be there. And if you know Terry Porter,
Oh, yes.
because that's your mission this weekend. Find us Terry Porter.
Get that TP for 3.
I know you were planning on, sitting in your backyard, grilling.
Keep an eye out.
Change your plan.
Change of plans. Your mission.
Keep an eye out.
Your new mission is if you know somebody or you know Terry Porter himself, reach out and say, hey, dude, this show, they've been talking about you a lot. They're massive fans. They want to talk about your charity. They want to raise money for your Dornbeckers Children's Hospital charity.
There's so many positives.
All the positives.
Exactly. Hit it.
Bust a bucket? Come
Hit
on.
it.
Where's that song? Bust.
Oh, it's in there.
Bucket.
You got to be put on your Nike tracksuit real quick.
Yeah, here's Bust a Bucket. Who else was on this? It was
Kersey,
Terry Porter, Kersey, Jerome Kersey.
Duckworth.
A bucket. So back in it was either the late 80s or early 90s, I can't remember.
It's like
but
90-ish.
yeah, the Morning Zoo on Z100. Dan Clark is actually his name. He put together the song, got the Blazers to rap it.
It was cool. And when we were kids, everyone wanted a piece of this.
There he is right there, Terry.
Listen, everybody, to my Blazer rhyme. About one night when I shot to the big time Coliseum Friday night. Sitting up front where the lights are bright. 2 hot seats, oh yeah, fantastic. Me and Jay sitting right by the basket. Blazer dancers bumping, thumping. Big shot Brock Buck Williams pumping. Slapped so hard that ball was flying. Right in my face, man, I ain't lying. Tried to duck, but the ball done ducked me. Knocked me cold, disconnect.
I think there's a
What?
They do a bust a bucket. They do
They got
like a
sweet
speed verse.
rap
But who
in there.
wrote the rap?
I think
Well,
I think it was Dan Clark.
And they brought in a singer. That guy was
He's an out of town
an
singer.
artist
Oh,
in
okay.
California.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan Clark was the producer of it. He's not on the song. He just
He's the
wrote it.
mastermind.
And made it.
Sounds like Brian Adams kind of.
Oh, disconnect me.
Well, Dan knew good talent. Dan actually.
This isn't Brian Adams. This is Eric Adams.
Yeah, his little brother.
Dan Clark, the guy who did this song and like Can I Get a Headband, and he was on the Morning Zoo back in the day. He actually was one of the guys when Tanya Harding would skate at Clackamas Town Center or whatever. I think this was at the Olympics or something, but they threw a blow up doll with either her face or Nancy Kerrigan's face on it or something, but they threw it onto the ice.
Oh, no.
And it got international news, international attention, that bit.
Probably best we didn't share that part with Tanya, that we work in the same building as that.
She knows.
She's
She
over
knows.
it. Scar tissue.
Yeah, because she went and performed at Last Chance Summer Dance, and people were mean to her.
Which is
that's
so
messed
awful.
up.
Yeah, like she went to sing at Last Chance Summer Dance. It was the Z100 summer concert, and then the crowd threw like bottles at her and booed her.
No.
And not
It's
one
really
of you
mean.
scuds
That
got
is-
Margot Robbie to play you. So in the
Yeah,
end,
exactly.
It all comes out in
Right.
the wash.
Eat curb. Barbie played. I wonder. I'd like to ask Tanya about that. Like, she played you, and now she's Barbie.
I just wish she got a few more ducats out of them. They deserve.
Yeah,
She deserves
Tanya
so much
deserves
more.
way more than that. But anyway, that's Dano. Dano is all tied together. What I'm trying to say is I'm tying it all together.
This Terry Porter, the universes do touch with Tanya, and it's all through Bust a Bucket.
The tips touch, and it's all because of us.
Hey, you going in for Kersey? I said, you're right, man, check you out. And then he got in my face and began to shout.
There it is.
Got good.
Oh, this is gonna be harder than I thought. How you spelling that?
Got good.
Yeah, great. Whatever. Back to my story.
There it is.
It's just like the Snow Informer song. Nobody
Yes.
knew what to say, but as long as it's
And
at the end.
Boba, hippie, ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end, if you just say "got a good," you've
That's
basically
it.
done the rap.
That's all you need.
Yeah, so if you know Terry, if you know somebody who knows Terry, we already got an email from somebody this morning, says he goes golfing with one of his buddies.
We're in.
Just
We're in
let
the
him
inner
know.
circle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
right.
guy's gonna get us in for sure.
We're the ones.
But we would love to have him at our bacon and beer, because our idea, if he chooses to accept, is to have him take pictures just like what Tanya did, and
You
we
should
give all that
slam
money to
dunk
charity.
a pumpkin.
It's a great idea too.
You might want to ask him about those knees, how he's feeling. Yeah, he
We'll
played
ask.
a lot. He played
We'll
a lot
see.
of basketball.
I'll
back
ask
in
at the
day.
end of the interview.
We'll get him a
so I don't-
trampoline. It's fine.
Dude, if he dunked a pumpkin, that'd be huge.
That'd be rad. That'd
Or,
be
I mean,
so
you
rad.
know he could drain one from downtown.
Yeah, well, at least ask him that.
I mean, the guy can hit
Yeah.
a three
yeah.
like nobody's
Can
business.
you dunk a three, or can you hit a three from downtown?
Yeah.
With a pumpkin.
Because I even think he was in the 3-point contest one year, from what I remember. That's
He's a nice dude. He's on the board for the Dornbeckers Children's Hospital Foundation.
Quite frankly, we should have been friends already.
Yeah, he's a great guy. So let us know if you talk to him.
Yeah. Just give him a nudge and say,
I
got
told you, we're
some
not a-
bros and a lady looking for him.
We're not above begging.
Trying to slide into his DMs. Hey, Terry.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're already doing
I already asked to be his friend on Instagram, but he hasn't accepted it yet.
Oh.
We're doing the internet version of breathing on his windows.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's we're either gonna get him a bacon and beer or get a restraining order. One of the two. We're commercial free thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. Coming up in just a few minutes, Casey Beefwater Bay. She's got to let us know what she's watching with What's the Beef Watching.
Yep.
All right. And it's coming up in minutes. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on the Brew. All right, it's time for another edition of What's the Beef Watching, my friends.
Yeah.
Casey Beefwater Bay, good morning.
Hello?
Is he not there?
This is his moment.
I mean, Casey, we discussed this 5 minutes ago.
Maybe he can't hear us. There was a discussion of that.
Oh, that could be the beefs. This could turn into...
Watch him blame.
I got some beef with the
Watch
beef
him blame
right
me.
now.
This beef's turning into jerky.
Yeah, it works every time with Court, but it's my fault it doesn't work with Beefwater.
I can't hear you.
I knew it. I knew it.
So, here we go.
You got to call the
the
hotline.
line.
Do you have the hotline number?
Yes, I've got the hotline number. I will call you right back.
Okay, bye.
Man.
Unbelievable.
I guess that's better than he just went and sat in his chair and started rocking.
Because he would do something like that, right? Like, oh, well, let me guess, I'm out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You heard what happened.
That
They
does
didn't
sound
want
like
me.
something he would do.
Heading home.
Casey, and this is his fault.
Mhm.
And I'm tired of him blaming me.
The equipment's not working on his end.
Yes, it works with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's something I was going to blame
I mean,
me. It's
to
always
be
something
fair,
I'm doing.
there's always something.
Is he
you know?
looking up our number in the phone book?
No, there
I think he has
There
the
he
yellow
is.
There he
pages
is.
out.
Hey, Case.
What's going on?
What is going on?
Just another. I have no idea. I can see it, like the feed's coming through, but it's just silent.
So
I have
it's
no
on your
idea.
end. I hope you know that it's definitely on your end.
Look, I'll take it. I don't care. It's Friday. Let it be me.
It's the first
All
time
right.
he's ever actually just taken it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go into it on Friday. Fair enough.
Take it like a beef.
I don't have the strength. I don't have the strength to argue.
Okay, all right.
Casey, by the way, before we get into What's the Beef Watching, why do you not lock the doors to the bathroom?
What?
Yeah, the other day it was on Tuesday, maybe it was Wednesday, but I walk into the bathroom after a meeting or something, and it's the public bathroom here in the station. I walk right in, and Casey's just standing, legs spread in front of the toilet.
He's just using the toilet with it unlocked.
Just peeing right into it.
At least he wasn't pooping.
No, I appreciate that.
That
but it
would have
was-
been bonding.
It's a very loud stream, and then I go, "Oh, sorry," because I just walked in on a guy
Yeah.
using the bathroom,
Right.
and he goes, "Oh, it's all right. You want to come in and look at it?"
So you think he's got a pretty healthy prostate
No,
based on
you
what
understand?
you heard?
That's exactly what he said to me.
Oh,
He said, "Do you want to come in and look at it?"
so he
Did you? Did you take him up on the offer?
I did.
Yeah.
and you guys are closer now. That's why he's going to help with the water heater.
No, I immediately shut the door and ran in the other direction. But like, Casey, you don't lock the doors?
I mean,
There's like 7 people. Like, what are the odds of being walked in on?
But like,
Well-
you live in a house with females who you would think that like there's a locked door situation in my life all the time because they're enemies at the gates.
Like
They're-
he would just do it out of habit?
Yeah, it's just like that's your only time to be alone.
No, I typically just go pee in the yard.
All right, well,
Fair enough.
It was weird. Didn't you think it was weird? I felt weird.
No, it don't bother me.
I feel like Casey's probably a tough person to weird out. You know,
He's usually the one
seems like
weirding
he just
people
like
out.
rolls with the punches.
Yeah,
you
you
know?
grow up in a funeral home. You're a road gypsy for a period.
He's
There's a lot.
seen worse things.
That's very true.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here we are. Let's talk some TV.
He's like, he's so busy today that like
Yeah.
normally he'll talk to us. Earlier he's all, so yeah, when do you actually want to talk to me? Because I gotta go.
Yeah,
well,
So he's a busy
busy.
man today.
It better be Alf. That's all I'm saying.
Like as soon as you you said what you said a second ago, he has immediately changed the subject. What'd you call him?
He's a street gypsy.
A street gypsy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's a nomad. He's been all over this place.
Are you offended by that?
Yeah. Look, I've been called worse.
All right.
Been
That's
called
good.
way worse.
He's a strong shield today.
All right, it's time for another edition of What's the Beef Watching.
All right.
And Laura, I think you're going to like today's show.
Is it Alf?
Casey.
Laura, it is Alf by Friday.
Hey!
Ooh, I've only been asking for 6 weeks. That's not
I know.
true.
So, from October 1987, Alf Season 2, Episode 5, Prime Time. First of all, I want to point out that Alf really should have just been one episode. I mean, if you go back to the pilot, you got Willie Tanner talking on his ham radio in the garage, connects with an alien. Next thing you know, Alf's crashing through the garage. So nobody in the neighborhood noticed the spaceship through the garage, nor did anybody raise any questions.
Sleek landing.
Takes me right back to what I love about 80s TV.
Right.
Like, we just disconnected. Nobody cared. So this is fantastic.
Also, Alf
But,
had
in
a great theme song too. It had a theme song that slapped pretty well.
The bass line in the Alf opening intro is maybe one of the best.
Yeah, here it is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Slap at the bass.
Slap at the bass.
That bass player is playing that thing like his life depends on this job.
Right.
And you don't undersell the keys on that either. Those
Right,
are
of
hot
course.
keys.
Yeah.
It's true, but that bass really came out slapping. So in this episode, the Tanner family becomes a Nielsen ratings fan. So they get the box hooked up to their TV, and they get to help some shows get canceled potentially.
Wow.
So Alf discovers his favorite show is the Polka Jamboree, and its ratings obviously suck because it's like almost like a PBS type of show,
Sure.
not really that interesting. So, but Alf loves it. So he goes, wait a minute, how does this ratings thing work? And Willie explained it to him. So what does Alf do? He uses his alien abilities, hooks up to the Nielsen box, runs a line out to the computer from his spaceship, and next thing you know, he's manipulating numbers.
Of course
All right?
he is.
Yep. Also racking up a huge phone bill, which Willie was quite pissed about. Needless to say, Alf took Polka Jamboree from Nothingville to the #1 show in all of TV.
That's
Okay?
a banger.
So then, dude, and then you know what? Everybody's stoked about it. The Polka Jamboree folks are super stoked about it. But you know who wasn't?
What?
Cockeyed Bill Cosby. They cut to a scene where Bill Cosby is calling the network executive, giving him the business about the Cosby Show taking a dive in the ratings.
So
And-
what episode
Wait,
and
so
what
they-
season is this?
The actual Bill Cosby?
They're blending
No,
reality
it's
and
all over the phone. All over the phone. It was all just alluded to, kind of
Wow.
like when they have a president on these old
That show was ahead of its time.
So Cosby, they
Yeah.
didn't show his face. They were just talking to Bill Cosby.
No.
Okay.
It was just the exec on the other end of the phone going, yes, Bill, that was great. Last week's episode was fantastic. I thought it was great how Theo couldn't find his comb. It was, it was wonderful. So a nice little touch into
That is next
some
level.
crossover there. Yeah, it was pretty good. So, hijinks ensue. Alf and Willie and the wife, they're telling Alf how much of a terrible thing that he had just done, how he just blew up the entire TV situation. And so Alf feels guilty, calls up the network executive and goes, hey, man, this was on me. And, I don't know how they righted the ship. They technically didn't. Again, 80s stuff. They don't really get into the details. It's fixed by the end of the show.
Okay.
So
Of course.
I don't know if Bill Cosby was happy again when it all ended. I have no idea. But I do know it ended with Willie just giving Alf the business over this phone bill, which was confusing to me because Alf doesn't have a job. Alf has no money. He's an unemployed alien. So what's Willie just taking it to him just to make him feel bad? I don't know.
Aliens can still work.
Willie
They can still find work.
And didn't
That
Alf
makes
have like a thing where he would eat the cat? Is that what he
Yeah,
would
he
do?
ate cats. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about a crossover with Garfield? See what
They
happens.
eat cats on Melmac all day long. But for whatever reason, because the Tanners have a cat. So he was always trying to get it, but never really caught it nor
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
how does the
probably for the
species
best.
even survive? You can't catch a cat in a closed house.
What did Alf eat if
Yeah.
not cats? If he couldn't get a cat, what would he eat?
everything. Alf was always cleaning out the house. He was eating snacks all the time.
Man,
all the time.
Not to
Staying up
throw
late
any
at night, watching late night TV.
Not to throw any shade on it, but I was never a Team Alf guy. Maybe I'll go back and see if, as an adult, I can handle it a little more. Were you an Alf guy, Tanner?
No, I mean I remember watching it, but it wasn't.
kinda in
It wasn't the
passing.
show that I was crazy.
You know what I learned from Casey, though, is that Alf was not a puppet. He was actually a small man in a costume.
What?
What?
Yes.
That's a puppet. That's got to be a puppet.
There's a puppet behind the couch.
So if it was Alf like sitting at a table, or like if it was like waist up, puppet. But if he's on the move, it was a little man in a suit.
Okay, so it's like
Why wouldn't you just
like
get
a
an
running shot.
8-year-old or something? It'd be a little easier than have him do a weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I mean,
It was a weird
Little
time in
people need
cinema.
more toot for-
That's true. I'm not trying to take away from their talents.
Yeah, Alf wasn't my favorite, but what I do love is Casey's review of Alf.
Oh yeah.
Yes, thank you,
That
Casey.
changed my mind on
because
Alf.
I might watch the episode tonight.
I One final thought on that is Willie Tanner really comes off as one of those guys that could snap and murder his whole family. Like
he's on the edge.
Like he's right on the edge all the time, and I suppose I would be that way too if I had nosy pain in the neck neighbors like the Achmonics.
Well, let's be honest. What dad is not on the verge of snapping and having horrible things happen? So he's a great actor, and that's probably why it's a great
I
show.
can agree with that.
Well, thank you.
I think it was his slick back hair.
Thank you, Casey Beefwater Bay,
Also,
for
wait, where do you-
reviewing one of Laura's favorite shows.
Where do you watch it? Where is it streaming?
You can stream that on Tubi. You can stream it on Amazon Prime. There's a couple 3 spots for
Great.
Alf. He's still rolling strong, and they're trying to reboot that sucker as we speak.
Oh, good guy.
All right.
I hope they don't.
Thank you.
Wow.
We're going to find out what's trending coming in the next second. All right, got a lot of stuff on the website. If you are bored today, you want to kill some time at work before you head into the 3-day weekend, you can go to 1059thebrew.com and see all of our videos. We've got a lot of great stuff. This week, we've got our dog of the week, and he's such a cute dog. His name is Tater.
I love that.
Tater.
He can be tater tot. He can be tater salad.
Yeah, right. Tater salad.
Any of it works.
He's really cute. Needs a forever home. Go check him out and see if he's perfect for your family at 1059thebrew.com. You can see our live stream, the video, which is streaming in real time right now at 1059thebrew.com as well. You can see the video that we posted earlier about this guy in Nebraska. So he converted his, it looks like a Ford Escort.
Mm-hmm.
And he converted it to where he could put his giant bull in the passenger seat.
Yeah,
and when you say giant, you're not kidding.
Right.
Yeah, like I feel like you don't really fully grasp how large this animal is until you see the video. It's almost as big as the car.
Each horn's like a torso.
Yeah, I wish I knew the exact kind of bull it was. I think there's a specific name for it, but it's the big giant ones that have the huge horns that kind of curl up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, like you'd see on the logo of a barbecue sauce or something.
It's like a Texas Longhorn, but with a thicker piece on the front.
Just a beefcake.
You could imagine that.
The guy, what he did is it looks like he welded a fence for a cow to the side of the car.
Yeah.
And then bashed out the windshield so the cow could just sit in where the seat's at and put its head through the windshield.
Yeah. The only problem, he has one flaw in the whole setup. He forgot to put a spot for the bull not to just take a deuce over his entire back of his car.
That's right.
That thing is lit.
The back of the car is covered in poop because the thing will just it doesn't care.
He needs one of those rear windshield wipers.
Yeah, and I guess it's just going to spray it all over the place. But it's like the bull doesn't care that you're in a drive-through at a Starbucks.
Not at all.
Poop right up.
It's like, I gotta go.
Whatever a bull eats day to day, there's not a lot of thickening agent in there.
Oh boy, he needs some fiber. That bull for sure.
Bad. He needs Metamucil for days.
So go check out that video at 1059thebrew.com. The clown who went from being a barber to a pastor.
Oh,
He's a wild look.
He's got his tattoo, clown makeup tattooed on his face.
Creepy McCreeperson, for sure.
Yeah, but
if he's your guy, you just have him do the work during the daytime hours.
I guess he makes a pretty good living.
In order to have
rich guy
to look like that, I bet it was expensive.
Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. It's all online at 1059thebrew.com. All right, guys, we have to pick a winner this month for our Lazy Boy.
Let's do it.
Our Lazy Boy. Of course, every Thursday we play our game called The Four and get somebody qualified for a Lazy Boy, and then at the end of the month we pick a new person. So
we say we make it rain a chair, but that would be painful.
Pretty painful.
It gets delivered.
All right, Laura picked a name, which you can see that video at 1059thebrew.com.
Yes.
And we got her number here. Let me call her.
Hello?
Hi, is this Chantel?
It is.
Yo, what's up, girl? What's good?
What's happening?
What's
Oh, it's Friday, so.
Yeah. Do you know who this
Good.
is?
I don't actually.
Yeah.
Really? And boy, she's so nice to strangers.
We're creeps, that's for sure. We're a bunch of creeps and a lady.
Yeah, we have a lady to keep.
Ladies
our
can
creep
be
count
creeps
down.
too.
Yeah, and you are one.
That's it. You're right.
Oh,
Full room of creeps.
boy.
Have you figured it out yet?
I have a feeling I know who it is now.
You still don't know?
You don't know?
All right.
I think
we'll talk to you
have
later.
an idea.
That's cool. We'll talk to you later.
We'll just take this Lazy Boy back. No
How
big
many
deal.
people call and have 3 people talking to you at one time?
Again, after the 3 people, I think I kind of figured it out. Plus, now you said Lazy Boy, so now I definitely know who it is.
What is it? Who are we?
You're the bro.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah. I don't even have a clue.
Had to pull that out of her, but we got there.
Yeah,
And we have more news.
Congratulations, Chantel. You just won yourself a brand new Lazy Boy.
Okay, I'm so excited.
I didn't mean to creep bomb you. I was trying to get you. I'm sorry. I tried to get
bells
you.
or something.
How dare you creep
Oh, yeah, air
bomb
horn.
Trying to get her
our
the air
Lazy
horn.
Boy winner.
Now you're ready for the weekend.
I am definitely ready for the weekend. I needed that this week. It's been a rough week.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, it's summertime's ending, school's starting, kids are crazy, and
Yeah.
people sure like to have weddings,
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I hate those people who are having weddings right around this time.
Exactly. We're busy right now.
God.
At least you'll be able to rest your feet in your new Lazy Boy.
Heck yeah, nobody in my house gets to touch it.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations, Chantel. Hang on the phone. We'll get your info, and we'll be getting you a brand spanking new Lazy Boy.
Thank you, guys.
That's nice. Always fun to make somebody happy.
That's right. And we know firsthand those chairs make you happy.
Yeah, love mine. You can actually have another shot if you want to get a Lazy Boy online right now at 1059thebrew.com, or you can listen again Thursday for the 4 at 8 a.m.
Yep.
All right, I guess that does it for us, y'all.
Yeah.
Another Friday, another week in the bag.
Mm-hmm. And
crazy week.
It's just one last hurrah before my kids go back to school next week.
Oh my
So-
gosh, that's crazy. So what's everybody doing for Labor Day?
Beach.
Drew's going to the coast. I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're
staying in town.
replacing a water heater.
I'm replacing a water heater this weekend.
That should be fun.
That's what I'm doing.
I hope to see you with warm water on the other end.
I hope so too,
Yeah.
and not a flooded house. Because
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll definitely turn that water off at the street.
Yeah, don't manifest that for yourself.
I shouldn't even have said it. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't even have said
Laura, where are you going?
Oh, I'm going camping. I'm going up to Mount Rainier.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's the weather looking like?
Actually not bad. Kind of mild, but it should be real nice tomorrow.
How'd you get a camping spot? You got such a good camping spot.
Luck. Because I tried to book a spot months ago and everything was already taken. Like you have to book out a year in advance. I just got lucky because something opened up.
Maybe somebody canceled or something.
Something, yeah. I don't know,
Nice.
but it worked out.
Lucky.
All right. So, well, this weekend we were asking you to search for Terry Porter.
Yes.
We're on the hunt.
And maybe Chris Hoy, the mayor of Salem, because Chris Hoy, the mayor of Salem, agreed to come to Bacon and Beer, and he said, "Hey, what would you like us to do?" And we sent them the email like, "Hey, we were thinking this and this and this," and we haven't heard back since.
And tell
I
him,
think that was
don't
Monday.
don't get creeper vibes. We're cool.
He could just be busy. He's probably just
I'm
busy.
sure he's so busy, and it's a holiday.
mayor, for God's sakes.
It's a week leading up to a holiday weekend. Maybe he's on vacay or something. I
It's
don't
the
know.
amount of hot dogs he likely has to barbecue this weekend alone.
Yeah.
We'll get him.
So Chris Hoy, that's who we're looking for, the mayor of Salem. He's going to be, as of right now, he's going to be a Bacon and Beer. We got, his people told us that. We just haven't heard back from him since. So,
That's right.
But as of right now, he's going to be.
He is until he isn't, as far as we're concerned.
It's that, exactly. And then also, we think it would be awesome if Terry Porter showed up. I just figured, let's just do what we did with Tanya. Let's just beg like a bunch of pathetic idiots on the air and try to get Terry TP for 3 at the party.
And I think we'll get some wiggle room going there.
There's a lot of leads, like a lot of emails today. Someone told me that he's got his phone number that he could give us.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true.
There's way more pulse than Fabio, right? I've got a lot more hope.
Yeah, I feel people would be more excited for Terry Porter.
Yeah.
No, not
TP
Fabio.
for 3. I'd go see him 3 times before I'd fob.
But my idea is to have Terry take photos if he's willing to. He doesn't have to, but if he's willing to, take photos with some listeners who pay a little small fee, and all that money goes to Terry's charity, which is the Dorton Becker Children's Hospital at OHSU.
Yeah, and if we're lucky, maybe dunk a pumpkin.
That would be great if you could dunk a pumpkin.
Dunk, yes.
Oh my God, how badass
That would be great.
Or at least nail one from deep.
Yes,
Right.
I'm into that for sure.
Oh boy. All right, that's your mission this weekend. Bring us
Get him.
Terry Porter. All right, and if you're listening, Terry.
Terry.
All right. Sorry we made it weird.
Back up, Terry.
Yeah.
What you doing, Terry?
We'll see you then.